Afternoon, everyone. It's great to see you all at the seminar AI and Law in Finance and Beyond. We welcome each one of you at this beautiful venue at BrIAS, Brussels Institute for Advanced Studies. We would like to open the event with opening remarks from Professor Frank Deconinck, who is the director of BrIAS. Professor Frank.
Thank you very much and welcome all of you. Some may not know yet what BrIAS specifically is, so therefore allow me to say a few words about the Institute and the history of it. It all started in 2018 when the rectors asked us to put it on rails as an institute similar to the one in Princeton. I will say a few words about this later. Just to stimulate the creation of ideas. So it's not project-based, it's a source, we hope, of novel ideas. Then also to foster cooperation between the two universities here in Brussels, VUB, ULB, and to contribute generally, in the general sense, to the prestige and the universities of the Brussels region. This is the aim of BrIAS. Now, we had, of course, plenty of examples to inspire us. And the very first one is, of course, the Solvay conferences, of which you see this picture, very well-known picture from 1911, but which shows that if you bring together people from different disciplines in an atmosphere of total freedom where they can discuss, present ideas, and eventually then you may come up with disruptive ideas, and we all know that indeed they did. And BrIAS offers such an environment. Another example historically is, of course, the Princeton Institute for Advanced Studies, where the idea was just after the big economic crash of 29 to offer a haven to scientists who did not have funding anymore for their research, to offer them an environment where in absolute freedom and without daily hassles they could work together. And again, we've seen there the incredible advances which came out of the Princeton Institute. We see two Belgian fellows, Pierre Delignen and Jean Bourgain, one from ULB and the other one from VUB, who were for a long time in Princeton. So the idea of BrIAS is brainstorming, it's networking, it is inviting high-level scientists, which we call fellows, from different disciplines, which is an essential point, and different socio-cultural backgrounds, so that really this mix of ideas, competences, etc., during discussions can give rise to new ideas. The rationale is, I repeat it, that disruptive ideas emerge when you move beyond specialized silos, and when you open, I would say, the horizon. In science, you need very specialized people and very specialized competences. But then, of course, you have what we call in physics tunnel vision, okay? You have to be able to open this and see the whole spectrum of competences that may be involved, and this is now a very nice example of this philosophy, if I may say so. BrIAS is not, there are other institutes for advanced studies. I've cited the Princeton Institute. There are institutes in the Netherlands, in France, in Germany, etc. We were the first one in Belgium. You could say, what is different between an institute of advanced studies and a university? Well, for example, the fact that we are not project oriented. just open it. And those who know VUB and ULB know that we are not afraid of controversial subjects. We welcome researchers from countries where they may be in danger. And we also stimulate collaborations with researchers from what is today called the Global South, and artists, because artists too have a very different view on the same subject as specialized scientists. Until now, we hosted 61 senior fellows, that is researchers at a high level, 20 junior level fellows, that is postdocs, 3 resident artists, and more than 250 invited speakers. And they came from more than 70 universities and more than 30 countries. This to show, I would say, the diversity, not only in gender, as you can see on the picture, but also sociocultural, scientific, etc. The first team was on the past, present, and future of food, climate and sustainability. The current one is on robots, AI, and automation. So far, we already had 63 talks. Someone asked me about the number of talks. They are all broadcasted on YouTube. So this is one of our, I would say, original properties. Many institutes for advanced studies work in a closed atmosphere. We thought that at least in the beginning and for the majority of our events, we would open it to the wide public. The next teams have been defined, and in fact in June the next team on democratic governance will start. And just 2 more slides because of the, I would say, events happening in the world. There's a lot of fake news. You know this as well as I do. And it continues to rise at the expense of fact-checking. And we think that interdisciplinarity can contribute to the credibility of facts to the society. And then my last slide, one of the primary missions of BrIAS and the other institutes of advanced studies is to provide researchers with a total academic freedom where they can work and inspire each other without any interference. So we are deeply concerned with the current attacks on academic institutions, on the supporting agencies, on the members which are being fired, and on the academic freedom which is being limited. So we really want to express our solidarity with the institutions and with the colleagues who are victims of those attacks. And after those works, I wish you a very inspiring forum.
Thank you, Professor Deconinck. Now I would like to welcome Professor Emanuele Garone, Program Director of BrIAS, to say a few words about the BrIAS program. Professor.
Okay, so I'll try to be brief because I imagine that you have many more things interesting to listen to than myself. So welcome to BrIAS. I associate myself to the welcome from Professor Deconinck. It's really a pleasure to have you here for this specific law, ethics, and AI event. So the program of this year, so the program of last year was focusing on robotics for sustainability. Then this year we decided to change a little bit the subject and to enlarge to the technologies also around robotics that are that are important. So on the one hand, the control and automation, and on the other hand, AI. And we kept the idea that these are technologies that have an impact on the real world. And we wanted this to be our focus. So how these technologies, before the technologies, these theories, these mathematics impact the real world, and how we can have that this impact, it's a positive impact, and how we have to be very careful about the fact that this can have a negative impact, whatever it's the definition we have for it. So it's really a pleasure to have you here, to have this other event that is really absolutely well-fitting with the rest of the program and gives another dimension to it. And I hope you can have a pleasant stay, and I'm very curious to listen to the talks that we have today, and I really hope, this is something that I want to add, I really hope that beside the formal part, beside the formal talks, there will be very interesting discussion around the coffee at the end and so on, because this is what we really want to do. The seminars are a part of the story. The other part, it's all the interpersonal relationship and the exchange of ideas that happen around the coffee. So really, I'm welcome again, and good conference.
Thank you, Professor Garone. The intersection of AI and law spans multiple disciplines, offering groundbreaking solutions to complex legal and financial challenges. And AI is transforming the way we approach legal and regulatory processes, enhancing efficiency, precision, and decision making. So today we bring together experts from law, finance, and technology to explore these pressing issues. We look forward to insightful discussions and diverse perspectives. And thank you for joining us, and let's begin. So to introduce our keynote talk today, I'm privileged to introduce Professor Verboven. He's a professor at the Data Analytics Lab of Vrije Universiteit Brussels. His research is focused on developing analytical tools and algorithms that take into account the operational context, domain expertise, and business requirements of the application at hand. Specifically, he has been working on causal machine learning and multitask learning in finance, HR, and healthcare. Now, Professor Verboven.
All right, hello to you all. First of all, thank you for those beautiful words of welcome. I feel very welcome here today. And I do think indeed that the subject of today and the talks of today fit very well within this BrIAS forum. So today we're going to have some talks that are indeed very interdisciplinary in nature. We're going to talk about law and AI, right? Two quite distinct fields traditionally that have come together or are coming together more and more in recent times. So I think I've been mainly introduced, and this is probably, I think personally, the most boring slide that I have today, but I've been taught that it is a good start to introduce yourself, or that it's polite to introduce yourself very briefly. So like Nivedita said, I'm an assistant professor at the VUB Data Lab. I'm one of the PIs there. I'm also cross-faculty affiliated with the VUB AI Lab, and I do both fundamental research, so developing novel fundamental algorithms or investigating the behavior of existing algorithms, and I also develop applications. And we're also very motivated to see these applications applied in practice. And then you encounter practical constraints that sometimes inspire us to do novel fundamental research. And sometimes these constraints can be coming from law, right? And it's basically through this application-focused research that we came into contact with such law constraints, and we noticed that there's a lot of research gap there. Things that we don't know yet, things that we maybe should know, and that can translate to optimization potential, to make better, more compliant models. And that's exactly basically the focus of my talk today, to, from the perspective of computer science, of technology, point to what we think is the research gap that kind of requires, per definition, an interdisciplinary perspective to be able to improve from here. So if you want to contact me, my email is on the slide as well. So just to be clear, my presentation, I present the perspective mainly from the AI side on law and AI. And I want to look at machine learning system design, design of compliant machine learning systems as an optimization problem. Because that's basically what we do from computer science. We look at problems as optimization problems, we look at the constraints, and we try to find the best solution. And nowadays, that's often based on data. But the problem is very highly dimensional. There are so many design choices that you can make, of which the legal implications are very uncertain and that have trade-offs in between. So a very complex, highly dimensional problem. And the constraints coming from law are also, in turn, very complex. One warning before we proceed to the main presentation is that I'm not a lawyer, and to make everything clear, there is some reductionism of legal complexity here, but that gap will be filled after me by my colleague, Professor Lewkowicz. All right, so to first address the elephant in the room, I think we should acknowledge that AI capabilities are incredible and that recent AI advancements have outperformed the wildest imagination of the most of us. If you went back in time about 10 years ago, you would ask, where would we stand in 10 years? Few people would have predicted where we would be. At the same time, what I've put here on the slide is state-of-the-art technology. This was not possible just over a year ago, right? And now, when I look into the audience, I see no one's mouths falling open in surprise that I was able to very easily, from, well, yesterday at home, to generate a completely photorealistic video of an owl dancing to some music, wearing headphones next to a busy highway. No one's surprised. We're all aware of some of these state-of-the-art capabilities that didn't even exist a while ago, right? And there's more capabilities, of course. Automated trading, and there's a finance theme today. Whether it is reinforcement learning based or it is heuristic based, everyone knows that this exists, right? On the more classic side of applications, customer management or for example, fraud detection, we have more and more personalization because we have more and more data availability and we have more powerful algorithms, more powerful methods. Just to highlight two pieces of work that I've been a part of. So in finance, we have some work using causal methodologies to estimate at the individual customer level the price sensitivity in a mortgage lending context. And also I do a lot of work in healthcare where we have a huge influx of recent data availability in the form of event log data that we can use to mine causal effects from to, at a personal patient level, optimize healthcare policies to really treat for better outcomes with the same or fewer resources. Still, I think this is all very inspirational, but still no one's mouths are falling open here because we're all quite aware that these kinds of things are happening, that these kinds of things are possible or becoming possible in the near future. And that's, I think, a very important realization that also relates to what requirements are from law side, or what the burden is of this novel technology on regulators and on law. So something that I want to link to our awareness of these AI capabilities is the observation that the innovation awareness gap has reduced. Let me see if I can put a laser pointer on the slide. Yes, okay. So a very rudimentary visualization here where we have the square. So we basically have a timeline. On the left-hand side, we have the square signifying fundamental innovation. A lot of time later, there's awareness, and then there's implementation. So what this basically means is this is how it used to go. There was some fundamental innovation. Then over some significant period of time, there was awareness with the general public. But between the square and the circle, it was mostly just machine learning researchers or very specialized people being aware of a recent advancement. Awareness came much later with the general public, with practitioners. And only then, companies started working on implementing these state-of-the-art technological solutions. So implementation still came much later. I practiced this talk yesterday to my wife, and there I my wife called the distance between the fundamental innovation and the awareness of novel technology the periods where I was fun at parties. Because I had knowledge of these technological examples that I could show to people at parties, and they'd be utterly mind blown. That becomes more and more difficult, right? And to illustrate this point, I want to give an example that we all know. So I assume that everyone here is aware of the existence of ChatGPT, right? Yeah, I see people nodding. Of course, we've all used ChatGPT, probably. So you're also aware that how it works is that you give some input text called a prompt. This is put through the large language model, and new text conditional on the prompt is generated, right? So now I'm going to ask you a question. Who here was aware that this existed before ChatGPT launched? So ChatGPT is 2.5 years old. Who was aware of the state of the art in text generation 3 years ago? Okay. Who was aware, or do you think this was possible? So the exact prompt and the exact text that we see on the slide, which I think is a very convincing generation of a fake newspaper article. How old do you think it is for the experts in the room who raised their hands? Who thinks, so ChatGPT, 2.5 years old, who thinks this is older than 3 years? 4 years? Oh, so somewhere between 3 and 4 is the guess, I think. Well, let me tell you, this text was generated 6 years ago. And this particular example made me quite fun at parties for the longest time. Because until ChatGPT launched, the general public mainly wasn't aware, except a few experts here in the room, simply wasn't aware of these AI capabilities, right? And that has changed. Innovation is moving faster, so if we look at the same time period, multiple innovations are now taking place where we would have one slower development cycle before. The awareness is increased, so my time of being fun at parties also sadly has decreased significantly, because if there is some huge revelation, some huge innovation, such as GPT-2, which this is an example from which was launched in 2019. You guys would know basically at the same time as I do, because it gets invented, and next day, if it's something about Gen AI, you will read about it in the newspaper, and I will read about it in the newspapers. I've maybe heard something floating around at a conference of something coming, but it's no real tangible advantage. So innovation moving faster, awareness is increased, and implementation times have shortened. Because also companies, the moment they are aware of this novel technology, they're already starting to think about how they can implement this, right? How they can actually use this to get value. Because there's this realization that much of these novel technologies can yield tremendous value for companies. So there's a decrease in the gap between innovation and implementation. And this is also, of course, the case in finance. In finance, there's many applications of AI. For example, you have a lot of virtual financial assistants, sometimes powered by Gen AI, popping up nowadays. There's, of course, RegTech. I believe Gregory is going to mention this as well. So regulatory reporting, automation, algorithmic trading exists, and also in the more classic examples of AI and machine learning, you have increasing powerful personalization in, for example, anti-money laundering based on transaction records, customer records, fraud detection, credit scoring, and classic marketing, right? We know this. Because of the speed up of these more and more powerful systems being applied in society, in reality, in practical deployed systems, we are basically affecting society. So we have this society-altering technology that we're applying very soon after its inception in vivo. So we're doing a kind of in vivo real-time experiment on society where we're not really sure of the impact that these tools may have. And then you can think of, well, an application of what's the impact on my child of the recommendations of TikTok, but also discriminatory algorithms, or even a self-driving bus full of children that drives from the bridge. You can think of many, many, many very diverse examples right now. And we also don't know where technology is going to bring us. The talk of the town in 2025 is agentic AI, AI that can autonomously automate a lot of tasks that currently humans do, maybe even replace humans at some jobs. And some colleagues would argue AGI is around the corner, artificial general intelligence that outperforms humans at basically any cognitive task. At the same time, we have very limited understanding of the impact that these technologies have on society. We've already said there are many, many examples, very intuitive, of harms of these technologies. So there is an obvious need for debate, at least debate, on the ethical design and use of these systems. But ethical debate in itself is not a stringent constraint for the people actually developing these systems. That's what law is. Law represents the boundaries we put on this so-called experiment. So we have legal rules and norms, but these rapidly evolving capabilities put into practice bring a lot of regulatory challenges. That's, I think, the main setting for the talks of today. My perspective that I'm presenting today reflects my own perspective from a machine learning side, a computer science side, where we try to optimize problems based on data. Machine learning, I often call it an engineering profession, right? You want to achieve something, you use data to try it, to measure performance, you look at what you achieve and you move on from there. Most of the things are quite testable if we have the data. This is very different from law because law is very contextual and often is very difficult to test with absolute certainty, or at least, difficult to test with absolute certainty. And then you can say, well, yeah, you can go to court, but that test can be potentially very, very expensive if you're fined for millions of dollars, right? So let's approach it from my perspective, which is the optimization perspective. How can we optimize our decisions in ML design to land with a compliant machine learning system? This is an extremely, extremely complex and high-dimensional question, but to make this tangible, we'll go with a running example that hopefully makes things more easy to grasp. So let's see if we, okay. So consider two dimensions of optimization, of design choices that we can make to make things really simple. We have data selection, and there's 3 discrete options that we can take, and there's model design. Also consider 3 different options of design that we can take. Together, they form a grid of 9 possible system designs, basically. Ignoring the law, everything is basically green, which means everything is basically permitted, nothing is uncertain, nothing is prohibited. ML engineers, data scientists, like to test performance of the options and select the best one in the so-called grid search, if you want. So without any laws or regulations, we look at what works best. Pluses mean better performance, minus worse performance. So we see that this is the best performing model with a certain combination of decisions made. We will then deploy it perfectly fine, right? This is kind of how we in academics sometimes pretend that reality looks like when we develop novel systems. But if we actually want to see them deployed, we are met with constraints. This is not how reality works. You could say, unfortunately, but it's fortunately both from the side of ethics that there are constraints on our machine learning design, and also from the side of machine learning scientists, because we like constraints. That's where we get our inspiration to develop new tools, right? But as you'll see, the constraints stemming from law are particularly difficult to integrate in our solutions. So there are boundaries to what we can do coming from regulations, and non-compliance to these regulations has, of course, repercussions. And on this slide, you have a couple of recent examples of basically fines and rulings from within the finance industry of violations of GDPR, AML law, anti-discrimination law, leading to harsh fines for financial institutions. So non-compliance for sure has repercussions. So we want to be compliant in our machine learning design. How can we translate this to our running example? Well, simply recognize that some options or combinations of design options are simply prohibited. Others are, we're sure that they are permitted, maybe because there are some rulings that are very close in context, and some are quite uncertain. Now, lawyers would probably argue that there's always some measure of legal risk, but we'll just assume that this is the categorization we will go with, right? So in this case, we would pick a different option where we're sure that something, or relatively sure that something is permitted, and deploy that system code from there. Still, this is not the toy example that reflects the realism of the setting that we're confronted with. Let's take a small sidestep to how, in reality, machine learning systems are developed. Now, I'm making quite a reductionist step here, but the key point is based on reality, how it is described in the literature and from conversations with practitioners in the financial industry mainly. So there's a legal distillation of requirements that's at some point passed on to the data science team, after which the main gist of the technical development is done by the data science team, after which it is deployed and there is compliance checking. Of course, this is cyclic, it isn't fully siloed, and these teams will interact, but this interaction is quite limited in practice from what we have found. And this translates to our toy example as follows. So before legal analysis, before legal advice, we are not aware of what is permissible, what would be a compliant system, what would be prohibited. All too often, from our talks with data scientists, legal advisors, and looking in the literature, the legal advice in itself is already quite scoped, is already reducing the solution space, so to speak, of what should be considered in our machine learning design, and is not always fully aware of the full range of technological solutions. So to take a very simple example, so let's assume that from anti-discrimination law, the legal analysis or legal requirement pushes for removal of gender and correlated features from the system. Now, this represents a particular focus of the legal analysis, which will tell us, well, whether or not these particular design choices are permissible, uncertain, or prohibited. But this is ignoring more technologically intensive or complex solutions where you could maybe still remove gender in itself, but still have the correlated features which may improve the actual performance of the model, yielding better outcomes, but fix the discriminatory issues with model-based fixes. For example, by some adversarial learning based on a fairness metric that's fully legally defensible, right? So the machine learning engineer has to make a choice, or often makes a choice within this constraint focus, this constraint grid. In this case, they would choose for this model, right? But it is perfectly possible that technologically better solutions that are equally compliant are possible. And ignoring part of the solution space is an implicit choice against alternative solutions. And I think that's a very important point. And when we talk to people from industry, then they say, yeah, okay, but we don't consider it. We make the best choice within a limited frame. Okay, but there's potentially, or there might be potential for better solutions that we're just ignoring, right? But it's difficult to know a priori, of course. Until now, we have assumed that compliance is unidimensional. This is, in reality, also, of course, much more complex. So let's take the case as an example of anti-money laundering. For anti-money laundering, multiple regulations apply to the design of a single system. You have anti-discrimination legislation, GDPR, AML legislation, right? Which are all quite complex and impose multiple constraints on machine learning design, all in one system. So we have multiple regulations, and we need to take the downstream impacts into account in our machine learning design. And for that, we need to translate these abstract requirements stemming from the law into specific implementable measures, so technical decisions in our machine learning design. And that's what we call in our work operationalizations, right? And different operationalizations lead to different design decisions, so different alternative systems, so in a sense to different options in our grid of our toy example that we introduced earlier. Operationalization might be still quite an abstract concept after this slide, so to make it a bit more specific and connect it to, well, an example of a regulation. So let's consider the model as personal data qualification under the GDPR. There's multiple ways to handle this, right? You could avoid the qualification through different options at the data level or at the model level. And if you look at this tree of choices, each resulting choice results in different ways of handling this. And so there's at the data level things you could adjust, removing features, aggregating features. There's anonymization algorithms that could lead to perfectly compliant solutions. There's adversarial learning, which is technically more complex, that you could pursue. Also at the model level, certain things you could do, and you could also basically take mitigating measures if you accept the qualifications, so to speak. So all of these options represent different operationalizations, represent different choices in your machine learning design, and it's very easy to see just from this particular qualification under the GDPR that for the whole range of regulations, this search space or this space of different choices is immense. There's so many choices to be made. And how do you make these choices is a very, very pertinent question that is mostly ignored, but this ignorance comes at a cost. Like on the previous slide, if you ignore part of the solution space, you're ignoring the potentially better solutions that reside there. So let's integrate this novel information into our toy example. So right now we have each circle is now 3 circles representing 3 different obligations. And it's not because you're compliant for one that you're compliant to all. And we even know from literature that there are trade-offs sometimes between the compliance for different regulations, meaning that, for example, one operationalization aimed to improve GDPR compliance could degrade anti-discrimination compliance, right? And these trade-offs exist, and they're even observed and described in law literature from a qualitative angle, but really what do these trade-offs mean in an ML system, and what are the quantitative effects, what are the quantitative trade-offs between their operationalizations is very, very under-researched. And if we look at the quantitative impact on these ML systems, the closest thing we've got for evidence is looking at the ethics and fairness literature in ML, where they investigate trade-offs between operationalizations of fairness, privacy, interpretability, robustness as ethical constraints, and performance, which is of course very, very important because performance is obviously closely tied to the business value or overall value of the system that we design and use. And well, what's the result of all these papers that look multidimensionally at, so basically at multiple of these constraints at the same time, is that across all of these dimensions, which are closely tied to the same operationalizations we would use for compliance, is that there are trade-offs in almost any combination of them. That more stringent fairness constraints could reduce or could have an effect on privacy, and almost always these have an effect on performance. This is a question, a problem setting that almost any business is confronted with nowadays. But there's no clear guidelines from requirements engineering, from software engineering, how to handle this. So in a first contribution, that we've made, we've designed a framework or proposed a framework to design, evaluate, and select machine learning models under legal obligations. I won't go fully over our solution, but it's basically a 5-step framework that starts, of course, with the identification of legal requirements, but afterwards takes an explicitly interdisciplinary approach in the conversion to operationalizations of these legal requirements, evaluation metrics, which requires, again, intensely interdisciplinary work to ensure not missing these relevant parts of the solution space, like we earlier had observed in our running example. We then formulate empirically testable operationalization sets, so combinations of operationalizations to comply with all the applicable regulations that we can tie to model evaluation, which in turn feeds into model selection and can also be used for legal justification. So this is something we believe is a tool for companies to develop more performant, compliant AI systems. And that sounds great, because you can test things, you can test combinations, you can evaluate them, pick the best one, right? But the attentive listener will now say, yeah, that's true. But we saw the example of one small part of the GDPR that has an insane amount of operationalizations already. So isn't this grid of potential solutions not 9 possible solutions like we have here in the toy example, but in reality immense and basically impossible practically to search or to solve? And then you would be right. The attentive observer is always right, of course. So in reality, the dimensionality of possible operationalizations is actually huge. And it is, we can say, yeah, we prescribe this framework and you can test things, but it is too costly or infeasible for companies to explore all the operationalizations, right? You have a given team size, a given operational capacity to do this. Here we represent this visually by the black square, right? And here we think there's a second research gap that interdisciplinary work can and should fill. And that's basically further our understanding of these trade-offs, of this solution space as a whole, so that companies can refocus their efforts to the area where we know generally the best solutions lie. So we can refocus our efforts to be more efficient, to more efficiently develop more effective and still compliant AI systems. So that's the second part where interdisciplinary research is very, very necessary. Because I present here, well, what we should aim at, but the solution is not here yet. It's not fully mature yet, requires a lot of research. Yeah. But I think that the problem setting is very, very evident. And there's very, very little documented research on this currently. So key takeaways from today's presentation: from the machine learning perspective, the problem of developing a legally aligned machine learning system requires suitable operationalizations, translations to actual technical solutions, with link to contextual legal interpretations, to comply with multiple regulations simultaneously. But this is very difficult, and this difficulty is compounded by uncertain trade-offs between dimensions of compliance and their operationalization, and also the performance of the model, which is, of course, very, very important, because the performance of the model usually guides the value that we derive from the model. So key takeaways for the solution: I think two research gaps that we highlighted, with as the common denominator that interdisciplinary research is really required to enable at the company level to design, evaluate, and select machine learning models under legal uncertainty, but also to uncover in the vast array of possible solutions where performant and compliant regions are, so that we want to give companies the tools to cost-effectively find the best solutions for their AI systems in face of legal uncertainty, with compliance and the optimal performance given all these trade-offs. That was the main message of my presentation. I have one more slide, but that's basically a call for interested parties, if you're interested in contributing to our vision and to our future research on this subject, to just talk to me during the coffee break. One of the, we'll of course further the research that we're doing across these two axes, these two avenues of interdisciplinary research, but we also have some ideas for some more applied applications and what we want to work towards for specific cases in finance. So, for example, here is our vision for AML of the future, where we really believe in that pattern sharing between different financial institutions is the future, so that not each financial institution should become victim of the same money laundering tricks or patterns X amount of times before they individually start picking up money laundering. And so if we can develop technology so that we can share these patterns, something that's societally beneficial, without having to share data, that's basically what federated learning would do, then I think we are sitting one step further towards a better society. But again, to get this implemented, there's a lot of interdisciplinary research necessary. That's why it's the ladder figure that, and you can only go up if you move up on the law axis and also on the AI axis. That was my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. We can also, I'm also very happy to discuss, of course, during one of the social events. Yeah. Let's wait for the mic.
Thanks. That was very interesting. So, as an AI researcher, I was a bit understimulated with the 9 dots. So I'm a bit curious what concrete examples of these AI systems would be. And I'm asking that in particular because the thing that worries me a bit is that toy example with nine circles suggests a bit sort of a grid search approach to sort of model selection, whereas the systems that I'm aware of are much more grow much more sort of organically in companies while they're adding on one tool after the other to a system. So there's much. So yeah, I'm just trying to get my head around whether your whole framework is applicable if the model selection is not really going like okay, we consider 9 models and we choose the best one. Yeah. But rather we continue to build better and better versions of the same model that we committed to sometimes 10 years ago.
Yeah, no, that's a very important question. Thank you. So first of all, of course, the development of a model is not something where you linearly go from start to end. You select models, like you say, from a grid, and that's the choice. There's, of course, cyclical behavior in model development where you're continuously making choices, continuously re-evaluating choices and trying to make the best choice. So the grid toy example is not meant to represent a full discrete grid of all the possible choices, but is just there to indicate that there are discrete choices to be made, whether that's at the start, whether that's your full system, or whether that's applied that's applicable or that's applied to a small part of the model development process. So to come back to the example of anti-discrimination, so you want your model to be fair in some sense, and you have multiple choices of how to implement this, right? And as soon as you have discrete choices to be made, you can visualize it as a grid, right? So I'm not saying you should always grid search over all possible solutions, because like I said, that's not possible. But in model design, you make a lot of discrete choices amongst alternatives. And we are offering a framework, a way of tackling this problem and making choices within the discrete set of design choices that we can make. And this is a continuous thing, right? You constantly are making choices, and you need tools to handle these choices to make them compliant. And that's basically what we're offering, a way to interdisciplinary collaborate to get insight into which choices would align better and we should focus on as developers of machine learning systems. There was another question.
How do you deal with time? In democracy, law will change on time, you know. So it on a fixed time sounds good, but every 5 years the law may change.
Yes, exactly. So legal analysis, just like machine learning design, is not a one-off thing. It's not something static. And in our paper, we also relate this to like circular re-evaluation. Like so if you have a grid of options, this is also not something static. Like the trade-offs depend on current state of the art of technology. So the grid in itself also changes over time. So you need to re-evaluate even when you have systems in place. And again, connect to our current insights based on the literature, which, as I've understood from talking to people in law, is, like you say, also very changing, very, very fluid. So from both sides, there's actually movement, but we see our tool as a way to have these very complex moving trains and join them in a way and get a grasp on it.
And do you think that you will always find a solution?
That's also a very, very good question. Probably no. That what we are aiming to do now in our follow-up work is to get a better grasp or narrow down on what exactly we can solve and what we can't solve. Because what we can't solve is often as important as what we can solve. But again, that requires a lot of interdisciplinary, also legal analysis to connect to operationalizations and also like measurability metrics and so on, which is also still a large question in research. So hence also the call, we need to do this research because there's a huge optimization space and we're currently ignoring a large part of it. But it is very complex. Thank you for the question. Was there some?
I thank you very much for the presentation. I was just a bit uncertain on how you check the compliance with the regulations. Is it some symbolic checks, some logical checks, or how do you do that?
Yeah, so that kind of depends, but at the moment this is a legal analysis kind of question, which I think my student well versed in law can answer probably better than I can during the coffee break.
Okay, thank you.
Are there more questions?
Hi, so I was wondering, what do you think are the biggest challenges in the framework that you proposed? Is it the fact that you're dealing with a very large search space? Is it the fact that there is additional research needed to choose among these different trade-offs that you were discussing about? Is it automating perhaps the compliancy checking or a combination of those? What is your view on this?
Yes, so basically all the points that you've mentioned are quite complex on their own. But at a more abstract level, what I see as the main challenge is like the fundamental merging of these two domains. Like we want to treat the design of machine learning systems as a computational problem, but law from every direction is kind of resisting this, right? And we also don't want to force treating something as a computational problem like you can't, if you can't, but we are sure that we can make progress if we look at what's possible in this this intersection. But this requires a lot of legal analysis, connection of this legal analysis with what's technologically possible. So yeah, I have to keep on hammering on the same nail of a lot of research still needs to be done. And it is a complex question. It is also maybe a very ambitious question, but we really believe it will lead, or we're quite sure that it will lead to better, more informed design decisions.
Sorry, one last question again. I think it was very interesting. I was just a bit spooked about the part that you mentioned that machine learning scientists are actually engineers. I agree that there's a lot of machine learning now that has become engineering, but do you think there are no scientific questions to be asked anymore in machine learning?
Yeah, that's a very broad question, and I kind of want to make the the distinction between the science part and the engineering part. So if you have if you have a data science team and you want to develop something in real life, part of it, if it's untrodden territory, is going to be science, right? I think having data and being able to do engineering and gather evidence, having something testable based on data, is also part of science. And finding these solutions is engineering, but the testing itself and seeing and gathering evidence to support your design decisions is, I would say, part of the scientific method as well. So yeah, I wouldn't just call it engineering. It's for sure a mix of science and engineering, or engineering is part of science, if you will. All right.
Okay, let's thank Professor Sam once again.
Thank you. Do you want to say something, or do I unplug? Okay.
Our guest speaker that was invited today fell sick, so that presentation from the invited speaker will not be taking place. So instead that we are now forwarding our coffee break, and so now you can go for 30 minutes coffee break and be back by around 3:40. And please utilize this time for discussion and networking. Now is the time for the second talk of the event, and I would like to welcome Professor Gregory Lewkowicz. He is a professor at the University of Brussels, ULB, and director of the Global Law Program of the Perelman Center. He holds the Alexander Coit Chair of Excellence in Economic Law and Artificial Intelligence at the University of Nice Sophia Antipolis. He also teaches the interaction between law and technology at the Sciences Paris Law School as a part of the Master in Economics Law and Paris Pension Assess as a part of Diploma in Digital Transformation of Law and Legal Tech. Now we welcome Professor Lewkowicz.
Thank you very much for this this introduction. So what I would like to discuss with you today is what AI does to law, actually, and what law should do to AI. So I would like to go in both directions. Just introducing myself, I'm working in the Perelman Center at the University of Brussels, and working especially in what we call the Smart Law Hub. We'll explain a little bit more what smart law means in our perspective. And the idea of the Smart Law Hub is that we have Smart Law Hub in different universities. There is Smart Law Hub in Brussels, there is Smart Law Hub at HEC Paris, there is a Smart Law Hub at Institut Polytechnique de Paris, in order to bring together different kind of expertise that we need in order to address questions that are at the intersection of law and, let's say, AI in a broad sense. Sometimes it's only computer science in general. This is something that we have done because for already like a little bit more than 10 years, we are quite convinced that we need to have more understanding and more capabilities to look into what we can do with computer science in law and how to adjust and put pressure to a certain extent on computer science so that computer scientists change also sometimes the way they are working. So what we are doing is we do research, of course, we build solutions, and we bring expertise to public and private organizations on these aspects, working on basically legislation, conflict resolution, and judiciary, and compliance. This is the three kind of broad dimensions that we are working on, trying to assess legislation, to measure the complexity of legislation, trying to provide court with some tools like large language model to do specific kind of operations, or trying to help companies or even universities in being compliant with digital regulations that we have more and more. So I would like to tell you something about a tale of two arrogant mindsets. I mean computer science and legal. It's two different mindsets, and they both imagine that they can solve everything in the world alone. On the one side, you have the legal mindset. They think that with three concepts, basically, you have persons, you have things, and then you have legal obligations. And whatever problem you have, you can go to a lawyer. He will tell you, yes, of course, this is the person, this is the thing. Then this is the relation between the person, this is the relation between the thing, and this is the solution to your problem. We will apply this law. I would say computer science is not that different. They say, okay, but let's see the problem. What is the problem? You have data. These data are processed, and then there is data out as an output. Then we can do a little bit more calculation or computation. Then we process this data. We have another data, and at some point we will solve your problem. And then, of course, looking one to the other, the idea is that for lawyers, digital technologies is just another thing that should be regulated by law. And from the perspective of computer science, law is nothing but data and data processing, and of course that needs to be optimized because it doesn't work well. So having this kind of small story in the background, I would like to show you some aspect of what AI does to law. And I like to use this example. It's already a little bit old, but it's very clear. So some of you remember maybe that some years ago, was a huge topic regarding the regulation of high-frequency trading. High-frequency trading was a very complex topic for financial regulation because you have traders trading at the nanoseconds, leading to some kind of abrupt rise of potential in a kind of ecology of the financial system, because you can see on this this paper that was published in Nature that in fact with all the high-frequency traders playing with the machines, you had a stability of the financial market that was moving all the time. It was never really stable. It was always like this, and sometimes whoop, you had a big problem that was the fast crash. So the question was, how can we regulate this kind of behaviors, and how can we regulate high-frequency traders? And on this point of view, we had several cases. One of the first one that was the first one that was adjudicated was the Koskia case with Panther. And what Koskia was doing, Mr. Koskia, with the he was basically doing something that looks a lot like, and it was considered that it was spoofing, saying was sending orders on both sides of the order book in order to give the impression that there was an interest in buying here, while what he wanted to do is only to pass some orders on the other side. And then when people decide to try to buy, he was canceling the order and passing these ones. So this is market manipulation. But the problem is that market manipulation is defined by through the notion of intent. And it was a lot of discussions for the different supervisors to see how they can apply exactly the financial law and market manipulation rules to this kind of problem. So finally, in June 2013, there was a decision that, in fact, it's not really important to find a real intent. What is important, that was a decision of the Financial Conduct Authority, is that at least we have the impression the point is that it's enough that the system gave or were likely to give a false or misleading impression as to the supply of or demand for the price of the commodities futures on ICE. So the idea was that they escaped the problem of proving, of demonstrating, of bringing evidence for intent, showing that in fact, if you have basically this kind of pattern, we can consider it market manipulation if you have this pattern repeating itself again and again. But of course, that was only a solution for this case. After that, we had a lot of new regulation that were adopted in the US, in Europe, and providing specific rules for algorithmic trading. So, for instance, you had MiFID II, and in MiFID II, Article 17, you have this idea that if you have an investment firm that engage in algorithmic trading, including high-frequency trading, they should have in place effective system and risk control. And the idea is that these effective systems and risk control should ensure that the trading system cannot be used for any purpose that is contrary to regulation. So that is a very high standard to ask, because the idea is that you should test the machine, you should test your system, so this system cannot break the law. In market abuse regulation, another one that comes a little bit later, was the same idea that market operators and investment firms should establish and maintain effective arrangement system and procedures preventing and detecting insider dealing, market manipulation, and attempted insider dealing and market manipulation. So there was putting a lot of constraint on the different operators, saying, okay, you have this algorithmic trading, that's nice. Let's develop. You have to develop systems to guarantee that they will not break the law. How you do that? That's a different question. And the European Commission has adopted regulatory technical standards on organizational requirement of regulated markets. And in this one, you can see that what the idea of the Commission is that trading venues will have to require their member to certify that the algorithms they deploy have been tested to avoid creating or contributing to disorderly trading condition. That means that you need tests, you need certification, and these tests and certification aims at guaranteeing that you will not break the law. And the idea is that this testing for disorderly trading condition include recreate real market condition to ensure the well-functioning of algorithm under changing circumstances, and must include tests and show that the algorithm can continue to work effectively in stressed market conditions. So this is the reaction of the law to this problem of how we deal with high-frequency trading and algorithmic trading. Of course, so the solution is basically you need to test compliance with the law. You need to test your system. So this is how regulatory technologies kicked in, trying to provide testing environment in order to test the algorithmic trading system versus historical data, but also versus antagonist algorithms. And then we will check and look at what would be the impact of these algorithmic system tests against the historical data and test against antagonist algorithms, and you will see if we find these patterns. And if we find these patterns, then it's spoofing or it's market manipulation, then it's a problem, then we need to work again on your algorithmic system. That means that the meaning of the regulation or the meaning of the rule, to a certain extent, if you consider that the meaning of a rule is the method of verification for a violation, so move from Article 12 to something that, we will not enter into that, but to something like a protocol to test if the machine can lead to market manipulation. And that's an impact of AI on law in the sense that we need, in order to check if a specific system is respecting the law, to find a way to measure, to evaluate the outcome of the system versus what the regulation provide. So from that perspective, you have a kind of new regulatory cycle in the sense that you have fintech, so algorithmic trading is one example of fintech, and then you have regtech, regulatory technologies that are there to help firm verify, certified, have some kind of quality insurance that the system they have developed will not break the law. But of course, then comes the authorities, the supervisors, and they also need some kind of tools. So that's why they decide to develop supervisory technology or subtech. So then you have fintech, they rely on regtech to check, and then subtech are using some tools also to evaluate to what extent the different algorithms that are used are respecting the law. That reshapes financial ecosystem to a certain extent, because all of a sudden everybody starts to imagine themselves as a technology company or data regulators. So you have JP Morgan, for instance, saying we are a technology company, because we are not only investing, etc. What we are doing is we are developing models, and then we go on the market with that. Of course, the regtech market is also, of course, kind of digital or technology companies, because they provide solutions to test AI systems versus the law and other obligations. But then even the supervisors start to imagine themselves as a technology company. For instance, the Financial Conduct Authority explaining that they accelerate their goal of becoming a data and digital first regulator. So they were supposed to be financial regulators, but all of a sudden they are mainly data and digital first regulators. So you can see this kind of transformation is quite huge, and with a lot of risk, of course, of regulatory capture, in the sense that if you look especially on regtech and subtech, the provider of regulatory technologies are most of the time the same people that are providing supervisory technologies. So if you consider and you accept my arguments that when you translate what it means market manipulation in a test, and then you have the same test that is provided by the regulatory by regtech companies, and it's the same tools that is used by supervisory by supervisor to check if there is problem on the market, then in fact you have the technological companies that have defined what the law means. Because what is market manipulation? Market manipulation is when my systems say yes. And that is one of the reasons why you have a very important risk that is identified already by a lot of actors. Here is the last report from Bank of England and the Financial Conduct Authority, saying that in 3 years, they see that the worst risk that they will face, that the different companies will face, is critical third-party dependencies. Because in fact, you have all the actors that are quite concentrated and that can lead to severe impact on the market. So now, going back to law, this evolution has changed a little bit the kind of discussions that we have in law, because traditionally, in Law 1.0, the discussion that lawyers have together is that they have a case, and they decide or discuss how to apply a specific set of legal rules to a particular set of facts. And then you have discussions, and the venue to decide that is basically the court, because that is the place where you will have attorneys and judges that will met to a certain extent. The attorneys will bring arguments, and then they will know the answer. But with this kind of development and evolution, we are going the direction of what Roger Bronsworth called Law 3.0, in the sense that each time we have a legal discussion, the question is whether the rules are fit for purposes and whether rules or technological measures are needed and are better fit for regulatory purposes. Is it better to have a new law, or is it better to develop a new software to check for respect of the law on the financial market, for instance? I think this approach is not going far enough, because what we should have, I think, is more merging of legal capabilities and technical capabilities. Because what we are seeing is, that is the general argument, is that there is a kind of new paradigm that you can see in finance, in banking, but that you have in more and more other more and more sectors. Media is the same, the regulation of platform is the same. You have a kind of idea of smart law, scientific, mathematical, algorithmic, risk and technology-driven law, that is appearing. Because what you want to regulate, in fact, is not humans interacting with other humans. What you want to regulate is the technology. You want to have an impact on humans through the technology. That's why you regulate social media platform. That's why you regulate the algorithmic trading systems. Is because in fact, you want to have an impact on the machine, because you want to regulate humans through the machine. So, of course, for lawyers, it's a very surprising thing, because then you look at the law completely differently. And that is a thing that we have done, we are doing in the Smart Law Hub, is to say, okay, what does that mean to look at the law from a computational perspective? And how you can improve the legal tools that we have from this perspective. So we are developing a solution to test legislation, for instance, okay, how complex it is, at the formal perspective, from a formal perspective, it means, for instance, how many cross-references do we have? But also from a more logical perspective, how many agents or how many institutions are involved in the implementation? Can we not make some kind of simplification at this level? And this is a kind of reflections that you cannot have when you are just reading the text. You need to extract information and to have a kind of a dashboard to have a more general perspective on what's going on. It's the same with court decisions, where you can have some insight that was not there before, because you can work at the level of all the cases. So, for instance, you take all the cases. In this case, this example, you take all the cases, then you put the cases together if they quote the same number of articles. And then you will have some kind of segmentation. And on this segmentation, you will identify who has win, who has lost the case. And then you will have an idea of how complex is this case, because you know, in general, how many the people demanding or going to court are winning and how many people are losing the case. So that is just to say, we are in the legal, in the world of law, we are evolving in the way we approach the question of how we look at law. That is a kind of evolution that is going on. And it's not only in research, it's also what is going on in, let's say, in the official institutions, regulators, and even policy forum, with this idea that sometimes we need more rules as code, to take the general expression. So that means that this is a kind of movement saying, okay, we need to have some kind of co-drafting or some way to produce at the same time a text in natural language, but also a text in computer language. Why? Because we have to reduce what is the translation gap. Why do we have to reduce the translation gap? Because in fact, a lot of laws that are adopted or regulation that are adopted aims at being implemented in the IT systems of companies. So, for instance, you adopt new rules regarding some aspect of compliance for banks. Everybody knows that in the end of the day, the idea is to integrate that in the IT system. How it works now is that you have a text in natural language, then it goes to the legal department make an interpretation, then this interpretation is sent to the people in the IT, they see how they can somehow integrate that in the system, and then they integrate. So since anyway you have to integrate that in the machine, then why do you not provide the text or the regulation in a machine-readable format or consumable format? That's the idea of rules as code. And the idea is, of course, to circumvent the role of the lawyers as a modem. It's a modem because it's translating the obligations that are in the legal text in some kind of requirement, and then the technical people can translate that into the IT system. So you will say this looks really bizarre. At the same time, it's not only an idea from the people of the OECD, etc. It's already completely integrated at the European level. The expression is a little bit different. At the EU level, we call that digital-ready policies and legislative acts. But there is this idea that we need to, as you can see, they say, address the gap between policy formulation and its digital implementation. And in order to do that, we need to have digital-ready and interoperability by design policy setup. So this is really a kind of trend that's going on. That means that we want it, we don't want it, that's a different question. But some aspect of the law will be more and more designed and defined, taking into account the fact that it will be integrated in computers. So that is what AI does to law. So what should law do to AI? Should law disrupt AI? So that is a little bit what is happening sometimes. So we have more and more enforcement measures that are taken in different places. So in regarding finance, you have seen maybe that the regulators have caught, for instance, Wells Fargo and other banks in probe of a mortgage pricing discrimination because of using credit scoring in a certain way. You maybe have seen that the FTC in the US have developed a very kind of doctrine, what they call the algorithmic disgorgement, with this idea that if you use data that you do not acquire properly to train your model, you will not be only fine, you will not have only to erase the data, you will have to erase the model that you have built. So this is kind of strong enforcement measures that may have already kind of impact on how seriously you should take law if you are developing some kind of model. And if you look at this very recent report from the OECD regarding the risk that are identified in finance with AI, you can see that most of the risk, in the top 5, most of it is about law, breaking the law. So the first one is cybersecurity, but after that is market manipulation, bias and discrimination, data privacy, etc. So you can see that there is this concern, and I think that's what law should do to AI. There is this concern that it's fantastic to have these models, to have the AI, etc., but we need to be sure that the system are tested against the laws to prevent violation of rules. The first reaction to that, of the regulators, how to address this kind of question, was to say, okay, we need to have some kind of approach with some kind of general principle, ethical principle. So already in 2021, the Bank for International Settlements issued some kind of guidance in order to identify emerging industry best practices on AI governance, were available for each of these generally accepted principles. So they have kind of generally acceptable principles, these 5 principles, and then they try to identify, okay, what works, what doesn't work, what are the best practices that are emerging, and how this is related to law. Of course, you have exactly the same kind of evolution in the insurance industry, where they have the same kind of problems, because most of the time they have the same kind of strict regulations, where they have tried also to identify the specificities of the insurance sector and to create some kind of key governance pillars for ethical and trustworthy AI in insurance. So there is this tendency, there is this trend, but of course this is not enough, and this is not enough because that doesn't help to understand what do you have to do. So in the recent report published by the US Department of the Treasury, you can see this, it's a kind of survey. And you can see that the respondents, what they are complaining about. The problem they have is that, okay, we know this AI system may, for instance, exacerbate discrimination. But what they need to have is to have the regulator requiring explainable AI models and identifying less discriminatory alternative. And the respondents also underline that they need clarity from regulators on what the less discriminatory model would look like and what corresponding metrics or standard firms should use to evaluate AI models. So the need from the market is good to say, okay, we will be ethical, we will not be discriminatory, we will have all these big principles, but nobody knows how to implement them, and that is a problem. This is a problem also at the European level, just to show you it's exactly the same kind of issues. So the European Securities and Markets Authority has issued in May a public statement on the use of AI in the provision of retail investment services. And you can see that what they have underlined there is that investment firms should include testing of algorithms and their outcomes for accuracy, fairness, reliability in various market scenarios, and that they need also to organize training to cover potential risk, ethical consideration, and regulatory implications. And then you have these footnotes that I have put just right there, this one. The term fairness encompasses the imperative to avoid any form of discrimination and to ensure equitable treatment across all demographic and socioeconomic groups. Are you going to do that? So then we can ask to people doing optimization how they can guarantee that it avoid any form of discrimination and ensure equitable treatment across all demographic socioeconomic groups. Can be very complex. And then concretely, the question is, okay, what is that? So what is fairness? Which one of these description would you use in order to test your system? Or how do you define in a way that you can implement? It's not easy, but that is the challenge. Because it's nice to be ethical, but at some point you need some kind of legal certainty. But legal certainty when you regulate machines cannot be just a piece of paper. You need to have something that you can really implement, and then you can test your machine and the outcome of your AI system. It's getting even worse with the development of Gen AI. Gen AI in finance, where you start to have a lot of different use cases that are developing, of course with the big players, but also the European central banks as some use for very basic drafting thing. So you have different Gen AI use cases, and there the regulators are even more in a even more complex situation. Because here it's the Security and Exchange Commission and again the ESMA. They say, okay, the Security and Exchange Commission say, okay, we are used to regulate individual institutions. That is our business. That's what we are doing for a long time, but we are not used and we are not experts at regulating basically horizontally something like a model. While we identify that there is some risk, potentially systemic risk, because there is a risk for that you will have a limited amount of underlying base model that will be used by all the different banks and all the different financial actors. So if you have some kind of problem in the 5 big models that I use, and they are biased in some way, or they are aggregating the same data, etc., you will have problem in the whole financial market. And this is the same thing that the ESMA is saying, increasing reliance on tools developed by a few big players, which bring forth operational and dependency risk within the financial industry because everybody will rely on the same limited amount of Gen AI models. So how do you address this kind of problem? And there, the idea that you can see, and this is the Singapore answer to that with the MindForge project that they have developed, is okay, then what the regulator has to do is to define a reference architecture for Gen AI. If you want to use Gen AI in finance, you will have to respect some kind of different principle at different level, and then we will provide you with this reference architecture, and you need to follow this one. So again, it's very bizarre to have a supervisory authority providing an architecture for software. But that's the only way to regulate, so what they are doing. So, and now the AI Act is coming. So the AI Act is an additional layer for banks and insurance of obligation, because the idea of the AI Act is that we have to guarantee that the AI systems that are put in the market or put into service are respecting the essential requirements for health. That's okay, it's always the case. Safety, but also fundamental rights. Then how do you evaluate if an AI system is respecting or it's not putting too much risk for fundamental rights? That is not easy. Of course, it's a limited, this obligation is only for high-risk AI systems, and in the financial system, that means basically that will apply basically only to AI systems that are used for credit scoring, and in the insurance sector for risk assessment and pricing in relation to natural persons. But anyway, for these two use cases, you will have to find a way to guarantee fundamental rights, or to take into account fundamental rights. That means that the AI Act will impose you a lot of different obligations to evaluate the quality of training, validation, and testing data set. You will have to test your system and to identify the best risk management measures. You will have to perform bias detection, fundamental rights impact assessment if appropriate. So this is again a lot of obligation coming from law that people in computer science will have to deal with, because otherwise they cannot go on the market with their product. And what is interesting is that you have already different actors. So I took here the case of the Netherlands, and they consider that the AI regulation, so that it would be good that the same obligation that you have for high risk is applied for any kind of system used in the financial sector. And the IFM and DNB fully support this approach. If you have a system, we should follow this kind of broad principle and the obligation of the AI Act for any kind of system that we use in the financial and the banking sector. So testing for compliance with fundamental rights, that's a very huge topic and with a lot of debate. So I'm on one side of this debate. I think that we will have to develop metrics, otherwise other people will do it. So I think lawyers should be involved in that, but some people will say, but it's not possible because fundamental rights is necessarily and always should be evaluated in context. So you cannot have metrics on that because it doesn't make sense. Because the proportionality test, etc., should be done considering the specific case. I think this is completely correct, but it's not because the other approach will lead to something different that it will not be the one that will be followed. So I cannot imagine that we will not have at some point some kind of tests of conformity assessment that includes metrics that will evaluate respect for fundamental rights. Because otherwise, you will have exactly like you have today on social media, other people that are not public that will define the laws about freedom of expression, for instance. So we need to have some kind of test there. How well computer scientists are prepared? According to me, really badly. So this is the last paper that were accepted for publication. We have evaluated the curriculum in computer science in Belgium, all of them. And we have tried to identify for the 7 broad requirements that you have in the AI Act. How much of this is covered somehow in the different class that the people get. And basically, bachelor program, so you have huge deficiency. 84% of the program are covering no more than 2 requirements on the 7. And for master program, is 60% still address a maximum of 4 ethical requirements. So computer scientists are not prepared, and that I think is something that we need to think in the university, how to take that into account in the curriculum, because otherwise you will have people that are not able to produce systems that make sense considering the obligation that we have from law. The good news is that Verboven is ranking quite well in this study. So the other aspect of that is the expanding role of lawyers in the machine learning pipeline, with this idea that basically you need to have some kind of legal consideration from the design of the model. I think this is necessary because otherwise you have what people doing today working in data protection have, is that people comes with something completely finished, it's done, it's fantastic, yes, but and then they ask questions, and then there is a problem, of course, because they did not consider this, and that. And then they are identified as the people that do not help the company or the administration to do the work. So if you want to prevent that, you need to have some kind of work of lawyers at the level of the design of the system, the development of the system, the evaluation of the system, the operation of the system. So the whole, basically the whole life cycle of the AI system, you should have some kind of lawyers, can be maybe not lawyers, but computer scientists with some kind of legal background that can provide advice and take into account legal requirements. So on this point of view, how well lawyers are prepared, I have no numbers for that, but I have an idea from from discussing with lawyers quite regularly. They are not ready either to do this job. That's why the way forward, and that would be my conclusion, is probably to move from this tale of two arrogant mindset into more cooperation, and I'm really happy to have started this cooperation with Sam and Matthias on this legally aligned machine learning models in finance. I think that's a step to try to find a way. Of course, it's not finished, it's not perfect, it still needs a lot of research, but to find a way to bring the obligation of the law inside the work, concrete work that people in machine learning are doing. Thank you very much.
Time for questions.
Hey, so I actually have several questions, but I will do one at a time, maybe it's easiest. So the first one is, you said we are regulating systems, and therefore we are not that interested in what the paper of text says, the law, but we want machine-readable solutions. And my question is, when do you think this method hits its limits, let's say? Because I think a lot of law, especially rights of individuals, is deliberately defined very broadly, so that you do not have to decide on 1 million use cases in advance. No, as they arise in the future, as new edge cases come, then you can interpret the law because it's broad. And so I think in this case, the example you gave focused on a very specific application, and then machine readable makes sense. But when would you say, like when are we hitting the limits of this?
Yeah. Well, I think there is a lot of limits. I mean, I'm not suggesting to transform all laws into machine consumable rules. But each time we decide to use legal tools to regulate machine, we should consider to potentially provide better guidance than what we are doing today. Then you have also in this, from this perspective, different level of constraint that you could put. You can decide, okay, you have to respect this and this metrics and reach this level. That's kind of very strict. But you can also give a kind of idea of the direction where you want to go. But I think the problem is that what we can see is that when you do not do that, you really leave the opportunity to all the private actors that have no legitimacy to do that, to define what are the rules that are effectively implemented. Because, so if you take the example, because it's also kind of hype today on social media, we have regulated social media. We have done that before. We have the Digital Services Act. So how we do it? We just provide some kind of general ID, and we create some kind of liabilities. We say, okay, you will be liable if you do this, and then you do that, and you should take into account this, and have some kind of proportionality. So then what the companies are doing is that they are developing systems that will decide whether when you post something online, it will be distributed, will not be distributed, will go to a lot of people, will not go to a lot of people, etc. All that being some kind of interpretation, when they implement an interpretation of freedom of speech versus other fundamental rights. So knowing that we have more and more of our interactions that are mediated through digital technologies, I think that we cannot only decide the general abstract rules in the book and let all the interpretation that will decide what in fact is implemented to the different companies that are basically trying to comply. Otherwise, because the thing is that in general in law we are focusing on judges, but judges is really rare. Most of the time, people do not see a judge, do not see attorneys, etc. But it's not important because we do not have these rules so that they are applied all the time. It's more rules to fix problem when you have. When you try to regulate the technology, You do not want only to have rules when you have problems. You want to have these rules implemented in an ecosystem because you want to push forward, for instance, a specific culture of compliance or specific values. And there, if you only have the idea that one day, maybe in 10 years, you will go to a judge, I would say the incentive is not enough.
Okay, yeah, I agree. I think so then in this guidance, wouldn't it make sense that because to some extent, if you offer this concrete guidance, you are also taking away potential for competitive advantage or something, right? If you use one machine readable format and you say this is how you should implement it. So then wouldn't a better way of guiding be, let's say you have all these options. None of these options will be perfect because they are a reduction often of what the law represents. Like you have to implement in advance this culture, as you say. It doesn't mean it will always work out, but most of the time. But shouldn't it then focus on what this specific technique you suggest does? And more importantly, as some said, we are working on this in future work, what does it not do? Because you are reducing it, so you need to kind of understand what are we missing here? No?
Yeah, I think this is the thing about it's so the first step, that's what the Act is doing, is that you have to document. So this is a way to already say, okay, you have to document and to document everything so that you can at least explain what you can do, what you cannot do, what is the hypothesis behind your approach, etc., etc. Is that the direction that you want to go? So this is the compliance documentation burden that we have. I think it's a beginning, but I think in some specific, and then the problem is that we need to be very specific. In some specific case, I think you need to have very stringent obligations, and sometimes it can be that you cannot use specific kind of methods in order to do this. For instance, I think that sometimes machine learning can be problematic for the security in critical infrastructure. Because maybe for this one, you don't want to go this way. That's why when you are in an airplane, there is never a problem with the code because the constraints on the code are so high and you have so many verification, etc., etc., that the thing is always working. You will not have a problem with your machine. But at the same time, it's not fancy. The kind of software that you have there is not fancy. We have that already in several industry, and you have some obligations also for medical devices, etc., etc. So I think that the more we have digital technologies out there, the more we need to go through all the different aspects and identify what is important, what is not important, what kind of method can be or cannot be used, and also if you decide to use it, maybe to suggest some kind of minimal requirement in order to deploy.
And so then ultimately, I guess the argument is supervisory authorities, and I'm just asking to check whether supervisory authorities provide guidelines to steer this culture of compliance, but let's say the fallback is then the judge if it goes wrong, which should be the exception. And just for this reason, supervisory authorities provide guidelines that are not binding because of this culture, and at the end there's still the fallback option. That's how
you can still go to the judge. That my idea is not to say then you can not go to the judge. My idea is only that we need to have some additional layer there. And today will be done through technical standardization. No? That is the way it will be done with the Act. But the problem is that technical standardization is again mainly done by the industry that are directly involved in a specific sector. And this is a problem because it's not a problem when you regulate, when you want to have an impact on safety, because most of the companies are, I mean, it's important that that basically this item that they sell, but that it will not explode in my hands. It's also important for all the people from the industry, so they have an interest to have safety. It's not always that clear that they have an interest in respecting and protecting fundamental rights. So then this kind of forum where you have today these kind of discussions that are taking place, where you need to have, I think, a kind of reform and more people involved, and that is a very big bang, in order to take into account other values than only health and safety. But I don't have a whole plan. I have mainly questions also. Huh?
Very interesting talk. I have a more speculative question. I find it very interesting that you could define these rules or these laws in a format that can be processed by machines, because it probably would also give rise to the possibility of analyzing the impact of those rules prior to them being implemented, if you have some knowledge of the system. Can you envision also perhaps the fact that we have models that can generate these rules? So that is, authorities would delegate the creation of rules to control technology.
We can imagine. I mean, I think that, for instance, when you have to check or to test your algorithmic trading system versus antagonist algorithm to see what will be the outcome, it's already going in this direction, because if you have the outcome that is not good because of the antagonist algorithm, that means that the way you have developed your system is not correct, so then you need to do some kind of optimization. You have that already in contract, because with contract, you can, for very simple contract, you can already simulate and see what would be the impact of a provision like this or a provision like that, knowing what we know. So this is the dream of it's the dream of the engineers for a long time, to be able to basically having test bed for laws and having more evidence-based laws, etc., etc. I think in some aspect of what is developed today, we are going a little bit in that direction, knowing at the same time that I think that it's very dangerous, because all that is scenario, it's everything being equal, etc. And we know that nothing is never equal. So that is a little bit also the limit of that. But if you look at what they are doing in France, you have Lex Impact. What they do is that they simulate the impact, the fiscal impact on different kind of people with different revenues, different families, of the laws. So it's a service that is offered to the member of the parliament when they can ask to have some kind of simulation on different options to change tax law, etc. And they will see, based on the statistical data of the INSEE, etc., but they can play with, okay, what if we do this, what if we do that, who will be the most affected, etc., etc. So there is something going in that direction.
Does that make them more accountable of the decision?
Who? The member of the parliament? But they are accountable each time you go to vote.
Are there any more questions? Let's thank Professor Gregory once again.
Thank you.
Now we come to the end of the event today, and thank you so much once again for joining us today. And now there is a reception outside where you can have a small delicious bite that we have prepared for you guys, and also continue the networking and discussion there. Thank you so much once again.